Okay, I have never played Alan Wake before. I know a little bit about it, so I know that it is from Remedy, the folks who did Max Payne, Quantum Break. I've heard that. Let's know the game might be a little bit loud. Let me know. I've heard that it's pretty inspired by like Stephen King, Twin Peaks, and Silent Hill. I've heard the Twin Peaks stuff is a lot more obvious in the second game. I know that you're playing as like a horror novelist, and I've heard that it's pretty good. So, I mean, I like all those things. Stephen King, Twin Peaks, and Silent Hill. The town being called Bright Falls that makes sense. There is that invitation to love thing in both. I think it showed up in both Max Payne games. That doesn't surprise me. I'm going to try to adjust the audio back up, but let me know once we get into normal gameplay if it's too loud or too quiet. Hey, Serp, how you doing? So maybe my perception just from this opening is that it's going to be like the cool sanity sequences in Max Payne, but maybe leaning into that a little bit harder. Turn on the subtitles, and I think we said the graphics should be fine. They should be set to high, right? Yeah. And let me see if I can adjust the speech a little bit. I am having Comcast issues this morning, so if stream suddenly dies, that's what's going on with that. I haven't had it happen in about an hour, but Alan Sleep.
Stephen King once wrote that
nightmares
exist.
Mentioned Stephen King directly.
And there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of
I agree with that. I didn't know Stephen King said that, but yes.
Asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember.
Though it's a little on the nose to include that quote in the game, but I agree with it. I think the cutscenes are a lot quieter than the game from what I was just doing on the title screen, but let me turn it up here.
I've always had a vivid imagination.
And try to turn them back up in the audio section.
Unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there.
See, that seemed really loud compared to the rest of the cutscene.
I'd seen the hitchhiker too late.
They got the license of the Stephen King quote for $1.
I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again.
Also, you killed a guy, Alan. The fuck?
Suddenly, his body was gone.
Episode 1, Nightmare.
I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
Okay. No. It's cool. I like the big light there. Let me try to adjust this a bit more. So you said that the cinematics are quiet. I'll turn these down more because that part seemed really loud.
The radiator had broken when I hit the hitchhiker. The car wasn't going anywhere.
Like there's just being a literal wall behind you. That's great. My novels, presumably.
I was certain I had just driven from this direction, but now the road was blocked. I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Okay, cool. Oh, we got an ineffectual Grand Theft Auto hop. You love to have an impotent hop. Okay. Missing.
The bridge had collapsed. I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
Whoa. That's spooky.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God?
Alex
You
Casey's
think you just
really.
make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama?
One of my characters.
You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer.
That's cool.
You're a joke. It would be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, cause I'm gonna kill you.
I like just explicitly being in a dream
your
world.
Stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
Okay, I kind of want to see what that QR code is. Oh, shit. Drop my phone. Facebook.com/Alan Wake. Okay, I'm good.
You missed your deadline.
Dodge enemy attacks.
You can't stop me.
Z targeting and Dark Souls dodge. Sometimes highlighted with a cinematic
I
moment.
realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
Thought that was interactable, I guess not. Audio better now.
Feel to die by the hands of your own creation.
Okay, thanks. It still looks like sound effects are peaking pretty high, but if they're okay and you can still hear me, that's all that matters. Really impressed with how well Max Payne had aged, especially in the level design.
Hurry!
It's me. Play Steward, remember? Quickly, get inside. There's no time to
This
lose.
was launched on the 360 initially. That seems way louder.
Oh no!
So I'll turn the cinematic spec down.
Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
Oh, that sucks.
I was trying.
Hold on. Like halfway, maybe.
There was no way out.
Like the TV, that's cool. 360 exclusive Remedy got PC rights from Microsoft after.
The cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
Oh, literally bumping the lamp. That's cute.
Follow the light.
Hey, Bucky.
You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
Gotcha. Oh, that's cool. I like that as a mechanic.
Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been.
He did pronounce it
To its
beam.
ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light.
I really like dreamlike stuff like this, so enjoying it so far.
I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him
It's
vulnerable
very
again.
Twin Peaksy.
Here, take the light.
Oh, cool.
Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
Insert battery.
You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
It's cool.
Now you'll die.
See you, sir.
Good. You've done well.
Yeah.
Remember what I've taught you. That is all.
It works,
I will
though,
give
I
you back
think.
your dream now.
Thanks, God.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
Okay.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna kill
Guess the flashlight beam is also kind of my aiming reticle for the gun.
you. This isn't witch.
Oh shit. Cinematic dodge. Doesn't seem like it's worth fighting them. So if I like need to loot an area.
Just like die. I can keep this up forever.
right, Alan. Pause really quick and get this coffee thermos. I like the shadow behind you. That's really cool. I'll keep trying to mess with the audio. Yeah, it's my name.
Shh, baby. Just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
It's triple D's instead of the triple R diner. Okay, yeah. Makes me really excited for Alan Wake 2. Okay, hold on. Speech V1 always max. Let's turn that down in this one. Like 2 more pips.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear. Hi.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely
And we're in
life,
Washington.
if you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between
It's
the
kind
two
of
of us.
dickish, Ben. I mean, I guess he is on vacation, but
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
hey, Mark, read this section about auctions to add games to the sheet.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry.
Might have to click through to the
Thinks the side
advanced
of you,
FAQ
too.
link at the top. Mark.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Cool opening.
Damn yuppies.
on, Slowpoke. You get the full...
Ferry.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes?
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could
Straight
help
out
me.
of Twin Peaks.
I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to
I think
visit
he's
the
still
restaurant.
dreaming.
He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's
I
like
have all your
almost the
books.
exact same layout.
I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay.
That doesn't surprise me, yeah.
Good for you.
And I saw the triple D sign outside
Try
instead
the
of
coffee.
the
Just
double
don't blame
R.
me when you fall in love, because it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of
Hell
skin.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
So we got some weird characters. We got a guy with the eye patch.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep.
This isn't quite deadly premonition levels of like, okay, at this point it's just plagiarism. This feels inspired,
You
but
disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. It does that. Get stuck. Yeah.
John
You
DiMaggio.
need to give it a good solid whack. You put the lime in the coconut. Drink them both up. Now that's what I'm talking about. Yes. This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
Don't go
this
in
is
there,
the
young man.
log
You
lady.
can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stuckey, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did. Hello? Mr. Stuckey?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Cool. I like how the whole back section feels kind of nightmarish too.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Like the lamp lady.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid, splendid. Damn hernia.
I wonder if the opening Nightmares section was added after the fact to make sure it had an exciting opening, but it was still cool though. I like the, like, we're gonna do Nightmare stuff in this.
Time, Tom. Good to see you. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Cauldron Lake Lodge. Okay.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
Using Deadly Premonition also came out in 2010. Just 2 developers.
That diner was a real nut house.
It's 30 years later.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Island Cabin. I think we're going to be okay for this to just get claimed for copyright on YouTube, which I don't care about. I just don't want to get blocked. But if it did get blocked, then I might have had to mute some of this.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness.
Oh.
I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Bird Leg Cabin. And do the like kind of hokey, cheesy Americana with the dark underbelly thing. I like that they've started out by not making the protagonist super likable.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
The lights are on! Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing!
I like the echo, that's cool.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here. Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Okay, there's the Great Northern, got it. I generally wouldn't expect so many things to map directly, but it's probably a good creative scaffolding for them, right? What are the things we have to have in the town? Impotent jump.
Alice? Honey?
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Love the idea of the coffee thermos as a core
Well,
pickup.
Hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
Okay.
Surprise!
Alice? What is
Okay,
this?
good. Shining
I guess I have a
vibes.
small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery
Uh-oh.
would let you
Damn
pass.
it, Alice, everyone
Hey,
keeps...
hey, hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No! It's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Don't! Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice!
Actually kind of like revolutionary in the video game narrative space to go out of your way to have an unlikable main character.
I needed some time alone to
in 2010, right? Video games are taking a while to catch up. No, every video game is a power fantasy, and I'm a super perfect badass. So, props to Remedy.
Damn it. Alice?
Yeah.
Alice?
Max Payne's pretty flawed too, I think.
The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
I feel like flawed characters are the only characters that I like.
Alice, I'm coming!
Oh. That's cool.
What the hell?
I guess it's kind of like almost a Silent Hill Otherworld.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Did you do it?
Keep going. Wake up.
Alice?
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Cool. Creator's
Among
Dilemma.
Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover
Try to
either.
help you, man. Come on. Like, I know you're frustrated and you're sensitive about it, and maybe it's frustrating to have her be a fixer if it's not a fixable situation.
The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Okay.
Damn.
I like this game a lot so far. It definitely feels like what they were working toward with Max Payne 1 and 2. I could see in 2010 this game being did it review well?
Hello?
See if people thought it was going to be a horror game that might maybe being pissed off, but it's like horror
Hello?
adjacent, right?
Someone there?
That cool little middle ground that I like where it's kind of more eerie, character driven than it is
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure.
scary.
That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
Actually, the only thing I feel like I don't like is I'm not the biggest fan of Alan Wake's voice actor. He's fine, but
Anybody there?
83 on Metacritic.
Please.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I've been in an accident.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Oh, is it really Will Scarlet? He's great. Is it the same guy in Alan Wake 2?
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey, Hey, you! Phil! There's been an
Yeah, I think
accident.
this makes more sense if
I
there's
need
not
help.
the nightmare
This
opening,
has it.
right?
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky. Pleased to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square. And square. Carl Stucky. Pleased to meet you.
The Taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Voice acting on that screen seems quieter than the rest of it. I feel like this is a better, more tense sequence than like immediately throwing into use the flashlight.
It's the latest thing!
I
Okay.
had to figure a way out of this.
Little bit of The
In a second
Shining.
now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The
Teensy bit.
Shining.
My doorbell just rang. Hold on, I need to get somewhere where I can pause. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that.
During your recommend trying
Yes.
it's the latest thing.
Great Falls Sheriff Station. How may I...
Hello? Hello?
Proven health let you kill
This is bad.
Okay. That can hurt me. Good to know.
There were more of them.
I have limited batteries, right? Ouch. Oh, I tried dodging, but I guess the timing wasn't right.
There were more of them.
You can try doing that, but it didn't seem super useful before.
My head pounded with the concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no
Yeah,
bodies.
I wonder
They
if
just
that
disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me
opening
sick.
was added on after the fact.
Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it. The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season!
Okay.
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
She writing a story about me? Doing like a misery thing?
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Bonus coffee thermos.
Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
I see. So the battery is just an instant refill, but I don't need it necessarily.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Logging is a hazardous occupation.
No ammo left. I like the graffiti from only visible with the flashlight. That's cool. Assume this game's just auto-saving constantly. So it had generous checkpoints. Taken are filled with darkness.
They're taken.
Ben is currently pawing at the cables in the back of my stream PC. I hope he hasn't realized something. Please don't. Ben, please don't disconnect the stream. Please don't unplug the Ethernet cable. Some people's cats, man. Tried to spritz him. But I also don't want to like immediately spritz him and be like, yes, the thing you're doing is the thing that's undesirable.
I had to make my way up some other way.
Okay. Energizer. He doesn't have the same relationship to negative feedback that like a dog has. He's like, oh, you're spritzing me? That means I should do that because it'll annoy you in the future. I like it leaving the lingering shadow. That's cool. That's pretty funny.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
I like the manuscript pages a lot.
With all this forestry equipment around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top.
Yeah, I don't know, his performance feels really wooden. Like, he's just, like, reading off the page with all of this forestry equipment around. Even just naturally me saying it out like that, I'm not a voice actor, I can't perform well, but... Maybe he does better with it in the second one. Has he done a lot of voice work? I've seen him in Men in Tights, obviously. How cute. It's maybe not his fault as a voice actor. He might just not be getting enough direction or doing enough takes. Oh, I see. See the ladder over there initially. It's weird because I thought the performance in Max Payne was fine. Not sound like a big actor or anything, right?
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air and
It's the nice radio guy that I snubbed.
You're probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell.
Oh, cool.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice. The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is third.
True. Yeah, maybe. The pages, I think, are fine. Safe haven. I do like all the lights that come from nothing. It's really cool. Interestingly, this has so much in common with Deadly Premonition, but the combat stuff feels like it's integrated a lot better. Whereas it feels like if you literally just edited the combat out of Deadly Premonition, that it would play much better. Here it's actually like integrated into the way they're telling the story, so... It's cool. Great. While still being like dreamlike. It's really crazy to kind of have two very different takes on like horror Twin Peaks at almost the same time from like a Japanese developer and a Finnish developer. And it's not like a, you know, Deep Impact and Armageddon type situation. I think they just both happen to be making it at the same time. It seems like a much better game. Deadly Premonition is a disaster. Like, it's a really interesting disaster.
It was dark and quiet.
And at times, like,
was a mess.
Basically
It
plagiarism.
looked like
But
someone trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
Cool. Do you like the manuscript pages? Good.
Salad.
Yo. I like having them spawn behind you like that. It's kind of cool. It seems like they do intend you to fight everything, not run away from it. Or like they give you enough resources that that's doable.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help, but I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Science. It bestows
Okay.
immortality
Twilight
on those who
Zone.
advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price
One of
for
these
such
things is not like the
legacy is
others.
steep
I like Carl
indeed.
Sagan.
In Night Springs. Tonight's
Really like
episode,
these bits in
quantum
Max
suicide.
Payne. Do they do this at all in Quantum Break? The fake TV show stuff? I don't really remember Quantum Break super well. I was kind of disappointed in it. But I think it was like a scope issue that they were just way too aggressive with their concept.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
I love the dubbing. It's good.
Calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud.
Actually, quantum immortality, right? Like you can only exist in the timeline where you can still observe.
And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this.
Well, you'd be able to be harmed from their points of view, right?
Two realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did.
Oh, he's using a machine. Okay.
I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes.
That's the gist of it.
That's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of
In your own world line, you keep shunting into realities that are increasingly less likely for you to be alive, but in which you can continue to observe.
Happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Twilight Zone music.
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled.
Ah, that's cute.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. in Night Springs.
Right on the cusp of that shit being like aggressively awful and Reddit coded. But it was pretty cute there. I liked it. I really like the kind of bad dubbing was fun. It's a lot of revolver ammo. I love this. It's really cool. Doing a bit with it. This is like the 9 save points that I always bring up in Silent Hill 2. The Quantum Break wasn't bad. I just think they fell for the overly ambitious scope problem, right? And also the hubris of like choices matter. Like, nah, they never can. Grab this coffee thermos real quick. Ferry. I like having to spam to reload faster. That's cool. Meet one of the quirky locals.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights at the gas station alive.
They despawned. Okay, no, they didn't.
I
Love the deer
recognized the
on the
parade
truck.
float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself. Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
Microsoft ruined almost everything they bought. They're not quite as bad as EA, but they really ruined Rare. Do they still control
The garage
Remedy,
was a
or do
mess.
they get
It
their
looked like someone had
independence?
trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight. The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
They haven't ruined Double Fine yet.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room.
That's cool.
I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost. I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy.
Your manuscript.
Was I
foreshadowed
losing
that.
my mind?
The font. Skanky ho glasses.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, that's a Nordic walking running gag.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
That's cool.
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Oh, okay. They had a partnership. Gotcha. They own Alan Wake in control. Rockstar has Max Payne, I see. Pretty freaky.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep.
So these are the licensed tracks that
is all right.
people tend to skip to avoid monetization claims.
My eyes, then I drift away.
Does it just play the song in its entirety with no cutscenes or text or anything?
I softly say a silent prayer.
I'm tempted to listen to it, but
Like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams I walk with you. In dreams
this is the one that's in Blue Velvet, right?
to you. In dreams you're mine. All of the time we're together. In dreams, but just before the dawn.
I guess I can listen here and try to pay attention to the lyrics and immerse myself in the game, and then if it like gets blocked on YouTube, I can. This will be easy to edit out, right?
If I cry, I remember that you said goodbye. It's too bad that all these things can only happen in my dreams.
Wonder if they got these like licensed and then they didn't really have an idea to like smoothly connect it into the actual gameplay. It's a very minor spoiler for Twin Peaks Season 3, that's 7 years after this, but he does something really similar where he kind of has musical interludes like this. You just hear a song, right? The episode just kind of stops, we hear a song, and then it ends. It's cool.
Previously on Alan Wake.
The previously on. The game wasn't released episodically, was it?
I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
That's kind of cool. We're just doing this like thematically. New York City 3 years ago. Yeah, that's cute. Makes sense with the Twin Peaks stuff too, because right, kind of the part of the theme of Twin Peaks is about it's a meta thing about television.
Sweetie, how was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Among
hey,
like
handsome.
100 other
this
things.
This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
And see how they weave that in with him being an author, though. Just sort of the idea that, like, you know, fiction. I'm gonna scan this QR code. Fiction and a dream are kind of like the same thing, right? Zoom in more. Huh. Turns out this isn't. It's not a real QR code. Isn't too bad, even if you're not sitting on a couch and you play it. Who knew? Are they just having fun with QR codes? Turn to sender.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer.
Oh, that's funny.
The bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now. My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home. It's true what they say about the fall.
This is the Max Payne
stop at the
voice
end.
actor, right?
I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
Yeah, I think he's not doing like a really kind of dull line reading, so I like that a lot better. Switch on the coffee maker.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Like doing the nonlinear narrative thing.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly. These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay.
I'll be alright.
Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
Not good.
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker,
Broke away from fishing. The big fish on the table.
good at her job. I'm sure she
It's like the deer head.
in no time.
Doc Nelson was the
Okay,
image of a small town.
Doc
doctor.
Hayward.
Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after.
It'd be really interesting to play this in Deadly Premonition, like back to back.
Salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you.
See what like
you a
Swery
fisherman,
globs
Mr.
onto,
Wake?
right?
Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
I believe you'll find the sheriff in her office. Just go down the corridor.
Is it the lamp lady again?
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
Okay.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice
She even
day
kind
now.
of sounds like Lucy.
Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down
Like,
the
how many
corridor.
log lady? Like, cause like Deadly Premonition
That
has the
was
pot
Cynthia
lady,
Weaver. I
right?
guess you can call her the town eccentric. She used to be the editor of the local newspaper, but she's focused on, other things these days.
She'd fit right in where I come from.
As you can see, she's a little obsessed with maintaining the light bulbs of the whole town, refuses to step on shadows, things like that.
She seems great.
Back in her day, she wrote about all sorts of weird things in the paper. Bright Falls has a colorful history. Of course, what small town hasn't?
Oh, she's gone. Spooky.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here.
When did Alan Wake 2 come out?
Station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the parade float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Really? Okay, I'm really excited for it now.
Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
Played a couple video games on stream now that were pretty obviously inspired by Twin Peaks Season 3. There was Who's Lila, which at times borders on plagiarism.
Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the
which is
shot.
otherwise pretty
Calder
good.
Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
I feel like Remedy gets it, which is exciting.
The sheriff wants to see you in her office, Mr. Wake.
Thanks. Knack for winning contests. Okay, so that's somebody won a contest to have their picture included in the game.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Thanks.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me, I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in
Mr.
Elderwood
Wake, can I
National
help you
Park.
with anything?
There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the light? The light's on! The deputies, they don't understand. They won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here!
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
Hey! Hey, you! Can you...
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, "Go through the fence on the left."
Okay.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Crazy Alan Wake.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers
Crazy
might have
cast of characters.
inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not.
Oh, I wanted to hear what he was going to say. Fuck.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Damn.
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right.
Okay, I was just saying, you could easily press charges.
Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
Probably decided it would be too on the nose if they gave him the red and blue glasses.
You don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him!
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing.
And she's doing a misery.
I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
And everything's just... understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth
Well, if there's
Charlie.
one thing I know
sure.
that has been well established, it's what Bucktooth Charlie is. Oh, wait, I don't know what happened.
Crazy poachers.
Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. You got lucky.
Poor baby.
Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No, this whole thing, listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their...
Yeah. Didn't mean to cut him off there. I thought we could walk and talk.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
Pretty sure he's not right in the
Tell me
head.
what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Deliverance isn't the one I'm worried about.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
I like that this game, it feels like they're much more confident with having sequences that are just there for like atmosphere and story and not feeling like there has to be, you know, video game all the time. I thought that Max Payne was really, really good. And I thought that the level design was excellent and the encounters all felt pretty distinct from each other, but it also felt like there always had to be, you know, combat happening. Either combat or the cool like sanity sequences, right? It's nice that it feels like that's less of the case now.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry. Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest. I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare
Usually
them.
them resetting your
And they had
weapons.
Alice.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a
Sure
heck
did.
of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Pretty spooky. Will that be out here? I think I'm supposed to be okay. Or Twilight Zone.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
I love how scrappy these feel. It feels like they just literally filmed them in their office.
Normal? Took your kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I love that the dubbing completely doesn't match the actors at all.
Because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me?
I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
They're doing their best with whatever's in their office. It's good though. It kind of fits too, because if they're doing the thing where the game is kind of like about creation, making something, right? Like having the little in-universe TV shows look like the Remedy offices, being a little cheesy like that, kind of works. Okay, Lover's Peak. There's a very easy path to get extremely meta with a story like this.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
I'm really interested to see how we do the... Pretty sure that it's either a misery thing or that's a deliberate misdirect, right?
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page.
So you could do a thing where it's like the game is written by Rose, right? Like she's writing fan fiction or writing her own story about this guy she's obsessed with. Which is why the wife gets taken out of the picture immediately.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone? Please, help! Back here!
Oh, damn.
I'm back here.
Not Rusty.
Mr. Wake?
We saw him tending to an injured dog. We know he's a good guy.
Hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Hopefully he's not dead when I come back.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on. At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe. I was too late.
Well,
someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty!
Yeah.
Rusty!
Most conveyed thing of all time.
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Hunters need hunting licenses.
I've been trying to find that dog squeal noise for a while. It's in lots and lots of video games. See if I can find it in the files for Alan Wake. You get a mild health region.
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Was it a mammoth?
Don't feed the animals.
Oh, poor dog.
Fishing
is only permitted
for those
visitors
who purchase a park
fishing
license. Obey
the park ranger's instructions
at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never.
You approach closer than 100 yards.
To bears and wolves, never approach any other wildlife closer than
25 yards.
Pets must be leashed.
More times.
Never leave your
Pet unattended.
Sorry, Rusty.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Stay on the designated hike trail.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Love when it looks like you're about to get a safety light and then it breaks like that. divide my damage across all of the options. Lover's Peak. So these are the kind of blur effects that would be disabled if I turned off all the blur instead of just the camera blur. Yeah, these ones are fine. Deliberate artistic blur. The flashlight plus gun combo is pretty interesting. Works for the light and darkness themes too. Out of ammo. I don't think I have any options for more ammo unless I missed something. Knives, yellow cut. Oh, busted again. It's like 4 enemies worth. Ow. Ow, ow. I don't think I have the ammo to deal with these guys. There are 4 of them, maybe. Oh. Trying to get back to the light, maybe. Because you can't just sprint in situations like that. I wasn't supposed to like carry over my my ammo from the first episode, right? I must have missed an optional pickup somewhere. Come on. No. I'm gonna kill a couple of them here. Certainly don't have the room to miss ever. Died without me needing to shoot it there? Can I eventually kill them with light if I'm out of ammo? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I can get away from him. It's just the one guy. Just keep dodging right into it, Alan. Great work. What I'm actually supposed to do. Okay. Probably shouldn't have fought those guys and wasted all my ammo. So I can get some more. Because as superfluous as the combat was in Deadly Premonition, I think it was wise to just give you unlimited pistol ammo. This doesn't feel like it's like a, you know, Resident Evil, you should be worried about running out of ammo kind of a game. Curious to see how Alan Wake 2 handles that.
Shit. gotta get moving. More of them coming.
He was pretty helpful.
That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, let's move. I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him. It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper. Come on, Wake! You better keep up.
Seems like a red herring to me.
Bring it! Ah, damn it!
Come on. I feel like having someone else do the shooting while I do the flashlight stuff is pretty good.
Monster! Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off. Give me the gun. Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun.
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it. Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Wait. Move it or lose it.
Thank you.
Oh, that's how you want to play it. How's that, huh? Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares
A lot of
here.
flares,
Get
okay.
ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes.
I don't want it actually. Can you keep it, please?
Like that, boy? Ah, get some! That's right.
Bonus coffee thermos over there.
That's right. Let's keep coming.
Hold on, man. I got priorities here.
That's what I got for you. Ah! This is a piece of cake, Wake.
Oh, man. Ah! please. Big guy got me.
This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. Like that, boy? Huh?
Okay. Hold on, I gotta get the coffee really quick.
That's right. Come on. Push. That's right. You just keep coming. Just die already. Die. Stop moving.
Keep trying to pull a flare out.
For ya.
Good.
I know this hurts. See? Nothing to it.
So is the flare gun like a one shot?
Let's cut the
Like
act.
you don't have to hit them with the
Where's my wife?
I
flashlight?
knew you were going to say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're going to bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her mouth.
You gotta stop punching people, man.
You're gonna give me the manuscript, or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now. He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power, but I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Oh, I saw it.
What the hell?
Trying to interact with it.
Rusty had warned me about these traps. It hurt like hell. I was stuck.
Whoops. That's a waste. did set up the traps. Now they're giving me a ton of ammo. That's clever.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Yep. You give me an achievement for that game? How dare you? Great. Perfect. Soon. I'm gonna run out of ammo again here. Oh, here's some. For the heal.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw. I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here. It was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
What was the arrow pointing at? We've gotten a lot of those. That's kind of cute. Oh, what if anything that accomplished though? It's weird. Okay. Hello. Can't wait to get out of the combat section. It's not bad, but I definitely prefer the other stuff. It's actually kind of surprising after Max Payne 1 and 2, because I felt like a really big strength of that is that each of the combat set pieces felt like it was a really distinct, like, you know, level geometry or a specific combination of enemies or your intended timing to use your time slow power. And here I feel like a lot of the combat encounters are pretty samey. It's like we got to give you something to do. Yeah. I think it would be better if all you had was the flashlight. You would use it to, like, get the enemies to chill for a bit and then run past them or something. Going this way. Interested to see what they change about Alan Wake 2 in that regard. But it's funny because I was I'm like, oh man, it's just like Deadly Premonition, except the combat is better. Like, I actually don't know if the combat's that much better. Story's better though. It's pretty surprising, though, after 2 Max Payne games, where I feel like that's like one of the biggest strengths of Max Payne. Fuck, man. Yeah. It's interesting because, like, Max Payne doesn't really have a substantial number of different enemy types, right? It's usually the same kind of enemy. Sometimes they have better guns than other ones, but mostly it's just like a guy who comes at you with guns. And yet they still find a way so that every little mini encounter feels like, okay, I mean, maybe part of it is that this one mostly takes place outdoors. It's just too open, right? Whereas a lot of Max Payne is like these really tight corridors and small rooms. I think what I would have done is I would have just either I would have completely gotten rid of the gun concept and just had it be the flashlight only. The way you're always going towards a point of interest in this kind of reminds me of Last of Us 1. I do it flashlight only, or if I absolutely had to have a gun, I would just give you infinite pistol ammo. And then you can get, like, the shotgun to do things a little bit faster with consumable ammo, but... think the manuscripts do a lot to make it feel like the story isn't just kind of stopping for these sequences to happen.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Right. I've talked about this in a couple other games where there's a miserable space for shooting gameplay that exists between the, okay, you need to make every shot count survival horror and it's Doom, you have infinite ammo, just go crazy, right? It's a place where you kind of have to conserve ammo, but doing so never feels good. It always feels like there's more. System Shock has this exact same problem. Both the original System Shock and the remake is even worse because of the way the you have more limited inventory. It's like it doesn't feel like it's survival horror, and I'm like nervous about every single shot. It feels like I'm meant to be able to deal with every encounter, right? That's just a resource management problem.
When Barry saw
Not spoiling my enjoyment of the game terribly much, but I'm just kind of disappointed because of how good a job they did with Max Payne. And how shocked I was that Max Payne was so good about that so early.
Changed. Like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
The locals on Crank. Okay, Barry. Only played one serious Sam, but it was the one where they just, you get like insane infinite ammo all the time. You're always fighting a million enemies. Ladder? Okay. My ladder blindness is striking again.
Beware of Widowmakers.
Oh, Max Payne, I don't remember resources being interesting at all. I'm talking about the level design. I actually played through most of Max Payne only using one kind of gun most of the time, and it was completely fine. That wasn't a consideration really at all. More that each time you had to fight guys, there was some kind of like unique twist to the area, like you got the jump on them, or they got the jump on you, or they were in a tight corridor, or this one they throw a grenade right at the start, or here you kind of have to sneak around a pillar first, right? It's always some kind of interesting geometry thing.
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Dark Presence keeps giving me non-clinical PTSD for the horrible Dexter books, which I read after the show came out. First one's okay, but it really jumps the shark really fucking fast. Would it's swiftly implied that, like, Dexter's dark passenger isn't just, like, a metaphor for the darkness inside of him, but, like, literally the demon Moloch who gives him his serial killer powers? Spoilers for the Dexter books, sorry. If you don't read them, the show has somehow managed to be dumber in places, but... Yeah, exactly. Because, like, that's what's so interesting about the Max Payne level design is that almost every enemy has a gun, right? So you have to deal with them before they're able to deal with you. Really curious to see what they do in Max Payne 2. Or not Max Payne 2, Alan Wake 2. Thought he was ready. Wasted a shotgun. Whoops, I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. Okay.
Be aware of Widowmakers.
Oh, it started with an open world. Interesting. Probably a better choice. I think what I would have preferred would be maybe like a tenth as much combat, but when there is combat, it's like really lethal and scary. Probably never want to insert a battery right after an encounter. Oops. Even if it was just only boss fights and the rest of this was just kind of like creepy walking through the woods reading manuscript pages, I would be okay with that. I think it's clear that they're trying to do the set piece thing sometimes. So here's the chainsaw. They'll have them like knock barrels down or come from behind you or whatever. Actually, I think the first level did a much better job of trying to pace in, spawning them from behind occasionally. More shotgun ammo up here would be nice. Yeah, I think tedious is the main word I would use for the combat, which I think if it was less frequent but more intense, then it wouldn't feel tedious. It would feel like a horror game. It would feel scary. But I get that they definitely weren't trying to go for a horror game, so I don't think that's what they should have made. I don't think they should have made it like really tense, difficult combat, but it's interesting though. Like, I wonder, where does the problem begin? Does it begin with committing to almost every enemy being melee, except for like throwing knives and axes and stuff? Does it? I wonder if at some point they had a system where you just had the flashlight and no gun.
Barry?
I don't think the flashlight needs to have batteries either. I think that's kind of... I mean, it's interesting that you have to press a button occasionally. You can't just like stun lock the enemy forever.
I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Keep the lights on.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods. I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
That's true.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, light damage versus bullet damage. I think they're having to balance too many things at once. I think having to balance how much light you're expected to have access to, and then how many bullet types for each gun you have. I think if you need to use different tools for different encounters, right? Like, this is a thing that you really need to focus on shining your light on. Rushes you down if you don't.
I had to find the key to the garage.
Working on it, man. Hey.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Oh, shit. That's cute. That was a good, that was a nice little jump scare, right? But it's in a tight corridor, it's in a bathroom where I just walk past the stall, right? It works in the tight corridors. I mean, it didn't change the combat, but that's kind of what I mean about there being interesting geometry or something feeling distinct from the other encounters. I think the game is at its worst whenever it's having you do stuff like just out in the woods. There's just not enough interesting ways to make enemies interesting. Too much open space. Hearing that their initial premise was more open world is really interesting. I wonder if they just found out that that didn't work at all, right? But that was such a common premise for games, and it continues to be a common premise to this day. It's kind of cool with the car. Expected. Oh. Lights for drawing my attention to stuff. Full day-night cycle and everything. Yeah, good for them. It sounds like they were able to salvage it by changing that, but I could see that being cool where like there's only monsters at night with all the themes about light and darkness. That's interesting too, because Deadly Premonition is open world, and it definitely suffers for it. It kind of just ends up becoming Grand Theft Auto drive around, but it's really just, you know, the worst kind of open world where driving around is basically just a menu, right? Go from point of interest to point of interest and nothing happens on the way, and then occasionally we'll just trigger a combat scene. So loading trailer, or is this a get out of the car trailer? It's get out of the car trailer, isn't it?
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Just didn't mean to press that again. Having the flare gun be the best weapon is pretty funny. It's one of those, like, I'm going to make an entire game based on the premise of a flare gun being the ultimate weapon. I wonder how close it actually was to Deadly Premonition then.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife? Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
All right, we were here already.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
I want to say Deadly Premonition even has the day-night cycle thing, and there's like enemies really late at night. It's so interesting. It's like a Armageddon Deep Impact situation, but it sounds like it's just a total coincidence. Like, because that happens in Hollywood because like someone will shop a script around and it'll get turned down and then it'll get made by 2 studios simultaneously, right?
This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Save Barry from the birds. Different kind of enemy. Bird boss fight. Andrea's really funny. She's like, I hate Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. It's so stupid because birds can never be scary. Just step on them. I'm working on it, man. It's a lot of birds. This fight is actually kind of justifying Andrea's silly opinion. This fight's kind of silly. I'm grateful that it's different.
Barry, you can open the door now. They're gone.
Hey, Barry.
Al, I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
Well, thanks.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back.
Still has writer's
For me,
block.
The supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the old dear diner.
Good girl.
Creepy. Yeah, so I'm just gonna let the music play, and then if you're watching it on YouTube in the future and suddenly there's a cut, I had to edit it out to not get it blocked. But we're pretty sure none of the music is blocked. surprised they didn't do like a per episode credits to go along with the music. Oh, really? I love House of Leaves. That was the first conversation I had with my wife was about that book. Up and read about it. Oh, hey, she said the thing. It's two of them being an author. Lyric says she said, always, always. I wish in this game. More House of Leaves-y stuff, though. It's a good song. I like it. What you're telling me is that David Lynch was ripping off Remedy and closing out every season 3 episode with the musical interlude. Okay, that's cool.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Exit lude, I guess, rather than interlude.
My best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as
What's
a
up,
waitress
Randolph?
down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, There was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now,
Called me
some of the
Tom
articles I
earlier.
found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
You got like 2 or 3 more lines of dialogue, man.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Is the DLC like post end of the normal game, or is it integrated into the
All of the
story
articles
somehow?
about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady?
Oh, they are just gonna
She
call
can
her the
be a
lamp
little
lady.
loopy, but she's not homeless.
Yeah,
I thought they were gonna leave that
she knew
unstated.
both Jagger and Zane before they
They also
both
just called her
died,
the pot
and she had
lady
some
in
kind of a
Deadly
breakdown.
Premonition.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Gotcha. About the length of a episode in this, so like an hour or so.
Oh dear, Mr. Wade.
Oh, I had the cool shadow on her face. That was cool.
I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what's... Oh...
Whoops.
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife.
Gotcha.
You must finish what you started.
Previous author's wife.
I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
Man, he was quick to find that light switch.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
That's fucking
I
great.
can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me.
I love this.
She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do.
Damn bad
About
coffee.
the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place.
There's a
She's
fish
worked with
in the
another writer
percolator.
Under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. Have a nice day.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I
Not
had
the
to find a way
flashlight.
to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste. Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Hey man, at least you didn't go missing. Didn't vanish into thin air after looking for Teresa Banks.
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more. I'm so handsome.
Like, I'm a diehard skeptic of open world games since old times. Like, kind of disliked them for the most part, pretty much since they first became a thing. And it's really interesting to hear that Remedy was like, let's make one of those. Let's do like the opposite of Alan Wake, and then like it just didn't work. And they like bailed on it. How long were they working on it before they decided to switch it to this format?
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy.
Wonder if it was just part of it was like the total clash with the story.
To you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
Yeah. I had a, argument with Danny. You know, Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload
All right,
in your
bro.
goddamn face!
Don't need to be a cop.
Where you are, Slade! What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy.
It's cool with them having the flashlights.
There he is! There he goes!
There he is. There he goes.
Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
Fan out! Whoa! Whoa! Stop! God damn it! Where did he go? Keep an eye out! God damn it! Where did he go? Look away! Keep an eye out!
I like reversing the roles here. I also like that this is a sequence that's not just running around with a flashlight and a gun, right? Still more action-oriented.
He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Okay. Barbara's like your... Well, she's possessed by your Bob equivalent. Freaky.
Search the area!
Yeah, you gotta do a thing here where you make me a shadow creature.
This way! Over here!
That's cool. It's Andy.
I've lost contact with most of the men you assigned to me. It's Wake's doing.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Get 'em, birds.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what are you doing? Come on!
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan.
Mulligan, over! We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh yeah, I bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common.
It's fine.
Mulligan out.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Ben knocked something over.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
Okay. Gotta find a flashlight. Or this.
There was no
even
power
better.
to the
Ah,
searchlight.
fuck. I thought that thermos was a comically large Energizer battery for a second. Actually, really like that I have no gun and no flashlight in this chapter so far. Actually makes me wonder if they realize that shit, our combat's kind of samey in the first 2 episodes. We gotta do something different now. Fuck. I don't want that. It's fine. I don't have a gun yet, though.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Yeah, no kidding. It's kind of funny that the cops still like throw knives and try to hit you with wrenches. But I guess this area is too open for them to like use guns or something.
And here's another call. You're on KBF-FM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Trying to take them all out with one flashbang feels a little different, at least. Oh, didn't get them all. I tried to dodge. Classic 3D charging enemy. Probably should have just killed that guy, but it's okay.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well,
They'll have to try to sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna. Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't.
How many author names is he gonna drop?
Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here.
Dan Brown is a real insult.
Nightingale. We got him.
Jesus Christ.
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a
Judas
civilian in
Priest. The anti-Cooper. The shit's too much like Twin Peaks, so we gotta make sure that the FBI guy is a huge, weird, violent asshole. Alright, man.
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was
3.
ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
more than just these two guys. The grenade gameplay is a little different. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay. Took a second to blow, I guess. I guess there's also kind of the problem of just if you're really going to commit to having most of your combat encounters take place in the woods, there's not too much you can do to make the different environments feel really different from each other, I think. Woods are woods, right? But there are more than two there, maybe not.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
That's convenient. I think they needed to make the cops like really distinct enemies instead of also just axe murderers, right? But I guess I don't know what you're gonna do because like if you're gonna be having if all of your environments are gonna be outdoors, you can't like suddenly let them have guns, I guess. I think they should have had like one level that's running around in the woods with axe murderers, and then everything else should have been more indoors. Yeah, exactly.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when
He's
he
an
wanted
anti-Cooper.
answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Pretty funny. They're like, all right, Triple D Diner, the lamp lady, we gotta pull it back a little bit, guys. We're gonna get sued. Not that David Lynch would ever sue, but...
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. He keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else.
It's all a big shining thing, and I'm going crazy. Killed my wife.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here.
Well, this is way after Silent Hill 2, which already did that, so...
Cooperate.
I think they're definitely trying to set it up as like this is one of the things you might think is
connection had been
happening, like with
terrible,
Rose
but
earlier.
that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again. I could see a railway bridge up ahead and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Oh, it's different from random woods. That's nice.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
Oh, that's the wrench they were warning me about. Okay.
House of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Right, just use all my batteries, I guess. So that was gonna be like one door. Oh, that's a fun idea.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
I like them better than the axe murderer enemies.
What the hell?
I'm supposed to time dodges on those, what they want me to be doing here? Fuck, man. This needs to have a kinder checkpoint, I think.
Hoped I could find a car from there. The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
Fuck, man.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me. As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is
Heavy
safe in a
duty.
good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
If there's any reason I want one flashlight over the other, it's weird that they like didn't just provide it as a big upgrade. I hate that impotent jump. It's in a bunch of games. Mostly associated with Grand Theft Auto, but...
Did you call 911?
Surprised the bolt charge enemy, you don't have to like get him to charge into a wall. We just need a zombie who like butt stomps the ground. Fuck, man. Die. In light, you can hurt them. Yeah, man. Yeah, I got that. All right, more Twilight Zone. Hell yeah.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion.
Love the ridiculous bunny ears in all these TVs in 2010.
Horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would
The
I have to
dubbing
do?
is so out of sync with what they look like. It's so funny.
Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
Fun. Oh, manuscript.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
What the fuck? That seems bad. It's flickering. Is the flashlight doing anything with this thing? Look like it. Dick. It's funny. I was gonna ask if it was Finnish. Slowest opening gate of all time.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Weird thing to say, but okay. Grasping for straws. Never this bright out. I wonder how many of the environments you go through are just from when the game was open world. It's like they just had to use them at some point. Am I supposed to be driving the car at this point? I am, aren't I? Although they immediately opened by having me back out of it, so... The handling on this is really weird. I wonder, like, what's going on under the hood. It's like a weird Fallout, like Alan Wake wearing a car-shaped hat kind of a thing. The handling borderline feels like you're just like a guy riding around with a car hat.
This is Pat Maine, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges.
Most of them, for instance.
I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
I assume they had some kind of system where you were constantly driving cars around. Oh my god, the car handling is so weird. Right, that's where I just came from. I don't want to go this way. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know if it visually looks as weird as it feels, but it's like you press to turn. It's weird.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone.
How often is Doc Hayward the guest?
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me, that's strange, because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever, and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? Hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me.
Yeah, like
maybe I didn't put in the
Alan,
work,
his wife.
Well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary
That's funny,
experience
Pyro.
last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
That's good, man. Be vulnerable. We'd love to hear it. This whole section just kind of feels like, fuck, we fundamentally changed the structure of the game and we added all these cars and we had this whole area that you explore in the daytime. Fuck it, ship it, put it in there. Driving physics aren't easy. This is so weird.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Game is very odd. Like, I think if you hadn't have told me that there were big structural changes during development, I probably still would have sussed that out, because...
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
It's not the mill.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Haunted mine. Oh, that was weird.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me.
Pre-rendered videos always look so bad to me because of like the very visible compression artifacting.
Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Thing about screwing up with your soulmate, I think, is at least trying to feed into expectations the player might have about Alan Wake, either having killed his wife or broken up with her years ago.
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by
You
you.
want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
Oh, that helps.
It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to be going down into a mine, potentially. Oh, fuck, am I going back in the woods? God damn it.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp.
Weird game. You guys go ahead and finish me off here. Whoops, fuck, god damn it. Can't use that. I always dodge into that. Okay. Well, this is nice. This is different, right? Drop off the roof. I'm in a tight little corridor. Train yard is much better than random woods encounters. I think there needed to be about a tenth as many of those as there have been. Probably honestly needs more infinite ammo. There should have just been infinite pistol ammo in the first place. I think the game would work better if it had that. Could have limited ammo for the other two guns, but...
What the hell? The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Don't try to control the camera myself. Oh, I do have a limited battery. I didn't realize that. It's kind of crazy. Is this to fuck up my Jeep? Feels like that's the case. Okay. Everybody? Fuck, I didn't mean to use that. God damn it. I remember when I selected it. Well. This part is better. Much more interesting in terms of level design and individual challenges. I think it needed like way more indoor sequences though.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the Dark Presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Lights in the car outside.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
You don't need to say that. It's okay. It's like a weird nightmare, man. I love the charging ball enemy. So classic. Sometimes I throw the flashbang grenade and it blows up instantly, and sometimes it takes like 3 seconds, and the difference gets me killed. This is a much better use of the flashbang than that first screw. Yeah, that time it was instant, right? So weird. Ugh, we're in the woods again. Fuck.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
I assume the dreamlike, like nightmare qualities of this game were foundational to the original concept, but I think that they maybe also worked out nicely for them after having to change the structure of the game, because they don't really need to focus too hard on having sensical connecting tissue between sequences, right? Because they can just be like, well, it's like a weird dream, right? This is what it feels like to have a dream. So I think it mostly works. I guess if I got my way and there was substantially less combat, I worry that the game would be really short. Maybe that's what they were worried about too. I think I'm probably judging it way more harshly because of how great Max Payne was and how like blown away I was by how early it was for Max Payne to be as good as it was too, right? A lot of shooters with just dog shit level design within not too many years of Max Payne 1 and 2. So this almost feels like they're like, you know, doing as well as they can in kind of a bad situation when it comes to the gameplay. The story's cool. Obviously, I like the Twin Peaksy stuff. Yeah. Can I get the fucking... Oh, then fallen batteries too. Okay.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Assume like the heavy-duty flashlight that's just like strictly better. That's fun. It is the 2 DLCs, but... I think I just threw 2 by mistake. Maybe not.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Different enemy type, at least. This is just a boss enemy from earlier in the game. I do like the cinematic turn it does when enemies get behind you. That feels pretty good. As opposed to just letting them attack you with impunity.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
I hate that jump. I think the reason I hate that jump so much is that it almost always converts to a context-sensitive jump when you're actually required to press the button. So, like, just don't let me press it unless if there's a context-sensitive ledge climb action, right?
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Whoa! Where's it gonna put me? The game, you hear me talking shit about the impotent jump? The part where I have to use the impotent jump?
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
It got destroyed last time by happening to, yeah, land in the checkpoint light. Dare you talk shit about our impotent jump? You press that fucking jump button. Picture, like, the universe where Grand Theft Auto never came out, and it's like the Utopia meme. Either or, whether you have an impotent jump or context-sensitive climbing. That's kind of cool. I feel like when that happens, I just want to, like, run, though. I like the idea that they're inspired by glitchy physics objects. It's fun. Man, I don't have the battery for this shit. It is nice that they're an enemy that purely uses the flashlight to defeat it at least. I think a lot of games are just kind of committed that, like, if platforming isn't a significant part of the game, there just is no jump button and you're just, like, earthbound. Because I think what the thing is, like, this feels like a real person jump. This is, like, how I would jump, right? It's not like, you know, Super Mario or something. It's kind of crazy to have your, like, your A button, hypothetically your most important button, be impotent jump. It's neat that these guys need to be killed only with the flashlight, but I start to wonder, do these exist to eat my flashlight batteries? Because they give you more batteries than you need otherwise.
I needed a key for the door.
Yeah. I don't know, honestly, how they could do the light differently. Like, if the idea is supposed to be, you can't just, like, shoot enemies immediately. It's not a Twitch shooter, right? We want to get the combat pacing to be a little bit more tense, so you have to, like, train your aim on them for a little while. Like, I feel like the light is almost degenerate with a system where when you hold down the aim button, the, like, reticle starts to shrink for 2 or 3 seconds, and then once it finishes shrinking, you do a critical strike. Except that you need to do critical strikes to kill stuff, right? But I mean, I don't know what else you would do other than that. If you establish that you have to use the flashlight on stuff, the thing you would do, I think, is you just get rid of guns and you make it so that the light makes things go away or temporarily stuns it for you to run away from it. It's really, really, really interesting. It's so strange coming from the same team that made Max Payne.
Anything outside of riding is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs.
Oh, that's cool. As you see the camera.
Books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed
I like that
to
a
read
lot,
some of
actually.
it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawled back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
There's a lot to like in this game. I think everything with the TVs is great. I think the actual story stuff is really good. I like the manuscripts. The hunting rifle. Desirable. Oh yeah, this looks good. How so? The more I'm playing it though, and I hate to say this given how much I liked Max Payne, but the more I think I like actively dislike the action parts of this game. Like I think they're almost worse than being bad. Which, like, they're competent, but I'd almost, this is crazy, I'd almost rather be playing the horrible action sequences, the horrible extraneous action sequences in Deadly Premonition. Because at least there's, like, something funny going on, right? With Francis York Morgan making his stupid little comments all the time. And...
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
I'm not having a bad time with it because I think that the story is still good. And it's making me more excited to see Alan Wake 2. But I really think they missed the mark with what I'm glad we didn't see whatever like open world survival game that they nixed, because it was probably way worse than this. Like we got to salvage it. We've got this cool story. We've got all this work we put into it. So, yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised it got an 83. The Max Payne games are like mid 90s on Metacritic, I would assume. Low 90s, maybe. I went into those games kind of like low expectations. Like, well, they rated well, but maybe it's just like nostalgia talking, or people really liked the bullet time mechanic and thought it was really novel.
Birds.
And I bet the noir stuff is kind of cringe. But then I thought it was actually really well written, and I thought that the level design was like peak, actually. It was really, really well done, given how simple the gunplay was. I never felt like I got lost in the game, which was impressive. These birds are really annoying. 89 and 86, that's lower than I would have thought. To avoid them because they're annoying. That's 26 coming. They're just... Okay, we're in a mine. That's the plus. Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Yeah, good luck. A classic drop down into a fight arena. Maybe not. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, see how it's taking forever to blow up there? That's so weird. I don't know how to describe what's going on with the flashbang grenades. I wonder if it's like they're like set to blow on certain game ticks. Like every 5 seconds, if there's a flash grenade out, it blows up. So if you happen to throw it a frame before the tick, it blows up instantly.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him. The unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought. Just let me get through this.
There's so much Nightingale stuff, and we've seen him like be a yelling asshole twice. You made it enough times to know how long to let it go for, I assume. 6 gun.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
When I remember Max Payne, I remember a handful of specific compelling combat set pieces. Obviously, I remember the story, right? I remember the cool, like, sanity sequences and dream sequences. Those are really good, and they're still good in this. But I feel like I'm going to play this game, and I'm going to, like, immediately forget every level. I think it's, like, the biggest sin in, at least for me, streaming and playing so many different games. Like, I think that being, like, mid and tolerable and fine is, like, significantly worse than being bad. Because, like, you know, I cite Sonic 06 a lot because it's one of a handful of actually kind of bad games we played on streams. But that game is fucking memorable. I remember a lot of levels from it. Right. I'm probably going to remember the story sequences, and any time that you're, like, you know, talking to the Twin Peaks people, that stuff's cool. Don't hate any of that. That makes sense. Looks good. It's very possible that I'm judging it more harshly than I would if this was just like a scrappy indie dev and this was their first game, and like their big thing was that we want to make this, like, you know, Twin Peaks kind of horror adjacent dreamlike thing. We don't really know how to do combat, right? So the combat's going to be like serviceable. But again, I don't think it's that Remedy forgot how to do it. I think it's like we were saying, that they made a different game and it didn't work, and they were like, fuck, well, we have to salvage it, right? We can't just like completely throw it out because all the other stuff about it's really cool. It's just that the open world structure sucks. It doesn't work. Yeah, mid doesn't mean generic, but there's not a lot of overlap. Or there is a lot of overlap, yeah, I see what you mean. Well, it's like the core premise of hold the flashlight on them and shoot them feels like it should be pretty different from every other, you know, there's bajillion zombie games where you gotta shoot guys. I don't think I knew about the flashlight. Maybe cultural osmosis. I picked up that there was some game out there where you primarily used a flashlight. Maybe I'm thinking of, is it Fatal Frame, where the main weapon is like a camera and you have to take pictures of ghosts? You don't really defeat them, but you like stun them or despawn them or something. I've never played any of the Fatal Frame games, but that was kind of what it was in my mind, that it would be more, you know, you're not a very powerful protagonist. Your flashlight is like your last line of defense, you know. Yeah, it's different, but they stretch it thin, right? If you barely used it, it would help. I don't think so my opinion on Deadly Premonition is that if you just literally if you like hacked the game to remove all the combat sequences, it would be like 500 times better. And it would barely harm the game. Because if you imagine that there are no combat sequences, they make no sense in the story. Like Francis York Morgan walks in a door and then there's a weird combat sequence, and then another scene plays as though there was no combat sequence, right? Here, I think if you cut all the combat, it would stop making sense, right? It would harm the game. Or if you kept all of the kind of exploring the woods, but just removed most of the combat, it would feel like a lot of just kind of aimless walking, like that sequence earlier where you kind of had to drive across an open field with nothing really to do. I kind of get the sense that, you know, as a streamer who, compared to a lot of other like streamers and YouTubers and content creators, like my objective is to be talking about the game at all times. I really try not to like talk about or yap about other stuff. I think it makes it especially tricky when I'm playing a more mid game, because I have to talk about how mid it is all the time. Whereas I feel like if you were just playing this on your couch, right, over the course of a couple sessions, you'd be like, oh, Alan Wake, that was pretty good. I had a good time with it. But here I'm like having to zoom into every like microsecond of the actual gameplay, and it's just, it feels so stretched thin. I don't know if there's supposed to be a way for me to drop down without dying here. No, this is supposed to be like a little mini lookout tower. Let me look at it again. Like Prototype was one of those games that I played where I had a really bad, mostly unfun time with Prototype. And I imagine most people just played it, thought it was fine, didn't think about it too much, right?
Windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his
Tor
head.
Anderson.
Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with
Reminds me of a scene in Always Sunny.
We're on a comeback tour, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of like waiting to get to the next plot thing. Would be, if it was just a walking sim, that would be great. Well, I this isn't like making me lose faith in Remedy or anything. Like, Max Payne was really good. Quantum Break was, the combat was fine. It was better than fine, I guess. The time slow, time dodge, time dash stuff in Quantum Break was actually pretty cool, I thought. I wasn't like bored or like really frustrated waiting for the next like cutscene in Quantum Break. So I definitely expect Control is going to be a good time.
Just great.
Here I think they just had to make the most of a bad situation, and not releasing the game or taking twice as long to release it wasn't in the cards. They kind of had to like use the assets that they created for the game that they effectively canceled. Right? It is really interesting, though, as a point of comparison to Deadly Premonition, because it actually shares a lot of the same problems. One of these days, he's gonna go in one of these little cable cars and just be fine. Whoops. Didn't realize I had that equipped.
Shit.
I think it's interesting because I think that like games like this and Prototype are we talk a lot about like some of the weird biases that affect review scores. That I think very broadly speaking, although it's annoying that review scores exist on such a limited spectrum where a 75 is a garbage game, right? And a 95 is the most amazing game ever made. Like it sucks that they don't use the full scale. But generally speaking, super generally, I think they're broadly accurate. They broadly reflect overall quality and appeal of games. And then occasionally we come up with like, okay, this one is clearly heavily underrated for this reason because, I don't know, it had launch issues that were fixed by a patch that was long after the reviews had already been done. Or the one we talked about with Metal Gear Solid 5, where the game is literally unfinished, but it doesn't become unfinished until like 60 hours in, and so none of the developers played it that long to be able to comment on it. My personal thought with Persona 5, that the first section of the game is its best part, and it starts to kind of suck after that. But most reviewers played that first part like, wow, this the whole game is like this. It probably fucking rules. They gave it a 95, right? But I think that games like this and like Prototype kind of fall through the cracks where I've made this point in the past, but I feel like game critics are less brave, maybe isn't the right word, but I think that games criticism is still kind of a little bit too young compared to film criticism and like literature criticism, in the sense that critics feel like they need to be able to demonstrate something that's objectively bad in order to give a game a bad score. They have to be like, okay, you know, it's obviously broken, it's obviously buggy, the performance is bad, right? Because they're worried that they're going to get crucified if they just put themselves out there and are vulnerable and say like, yeah, the game was fine, it was like competently put together, but I didn't enjoy it. You know what I mean? They feel much safer saying something that they can prove is true. So I feel like a game like this or a game like Prototype ends up doing better than it maybe ought to do, because there's nothing you can really point to directly and objectively say like, this didn't work. That makes sense. I did, Jesus, yeah. Mod Kieran made a very kind Reddit post about it about 1.5 years ago too. I linked it in the Discord. Ow. God damn it. I needed it to explode instantly there and it didn't. Whew, that's pretty far back. Fuck. Yeah, critics are more concerned with delivering the review they think the audience wants than expressing themselves. And to be fair to critics, there are a lot of gamers who, when they read criticism, don't want to see a critic expressing themselves. They want to hear validation that the thing that they like or they think that they want to like is good, right? Or validation, an explanation for why the thing they didn't like was bad. And it's like, well, you know, like when I watch, you know, our generation, Siskel and Ebert, the Red Letter Media guys, when I get their take on something, it's like, I want to hear what Mike and Jay think about this movie that I liked. Not because I like want them to tell me that it was good to justify that I enjoyed it, just because I think it's the kind of thing that Mike would like, or that Jay would really like, or that maybe Mike would find annoying. Maybe he liked it anyway, right? It's like, it's really, I want to hear their thoughts, because I want to hear them be vulnerable about their opinion about it. I'm really curious where Alan Wake 2 is going to go, and if it's going to exist in response to this game at all. I wonder how Remedy feels about this game after making it. If they feel disappointed that they couldn't succeed with the open world thing that they were putting together. I think there's a lot to be proud of here.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Very, very possibly, yeah, because I feel like it would score well on all of those. Same with Prototype. I forget, it may have been Kotaku. Some outlet pioneered just saying, here's a list of things that I liked. Here's a list of things that I didn't like. Here's whether I think you should play it or not, right? That was like fantastic. More of this, please. Not a real door that I can open. This is a real door I can open. All right, indoors, indoors, indoors. Whoa. It's kind of cool. This kind of reminds me of the basement from Blair Witch. They've been pretty subdued with the flashlight tech so far. So this is one of the cooler moments from the game. I think I'll remember this. I mean, it's nothing super mind-blowing, but the whole Thomas Zane stuff has kind of been in the background, which I appreciate. I think they open with that Stephen King quote about, like, explanation is the death of horror, which is a thing that I say on stream a lot, too. And then I think they ended up having a little bit too much explanation. So something like that just kind of happening and like it not panning to Alan Wake and him going, whoa, weird. Just letting it happen, letting me see it, let me walk out of the room is kind of nice. It's actually, so this is an interesting point. Max Payne obviously has a ton of like internal monologue, right? Like the whole bit because it's like a noir thing. And Max Payne's like monologue is so much more like flowery and poetic, given that he's like a cop, versus the game where you're literally playing as an author, or a lot of his inner monologue is just, I need to find Alice, right? Where'd Barry go? I got to get the truck so I can go to Barry. It's like, say something. Like, it's weird. There's some good stuff in the manuscripts, I think. Yeah, player guidance, very utilitarian. Because I think that, like, you play a game like Silent Hill 2, right? Which is kind of similar, weird, spooky, Twin Peaksy, dreamlike. James is weird, but James doesn't, like, monologue very much. Like, he'll talk to other NPCs, and you can, like, walk up to something and inspect it, and you'll have some kind of commentary, like, weird, there's a sink here, right? But they kind of just let you be affected by the environment. I think it would have been kind of funny to have a game where you play as a noir cop who's being all flowery and poetic all the time, and then you play a game as a author who just never talks, or only talks to other characters. But that section in the basement was a nice reprieve. You just see the thing, let it affect you, and move on.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Right, that was purely utilitarian dialogue.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Okay, at least that's like establishing his emotional condition a little bit.
But her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Wait! That you? Wait! Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! I'm sorry. Please, late. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see?
me Alan Wake's boring and has nothing to say because he has writer's block. The diving suit was cool. Probably a good natural stopping point. I'll listen to the song here. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. It's a creative pronunciation of wares.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
After this.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror
As I recall,
story.
it was a horror film.
Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
I like trying to immerse myself in it if they're doing that, right? They picked the song for a reason.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman. I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode.
I do like how much the
You're a patient in my
manuscript
clinic.
foreshadows what's coming up
For a
soon.
while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're You lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever.
I guess if it was going to be
pumped in me
episodic
was making me
releases with
numb.
credits, it would have made a
I
little bit
felt
more
like this was
sense.
happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Yeah, you're just to give you extras with the script for stuff that hasn't happened yet. It sounds dumb, but it works. I like that part. I don't, just to be clear, I don't hate this game. I actually think there are parts of it that are really interesting. And the problem is that I'm really excited for the interesting parts. And I feel like I'm suffering through all of the action parts to get to the next good part, right? And then I never felt that way, even in Quantum Break, which, you know, I think is probably, I think Quantum Break is not as good as this game. And I think that's just down to pure ambition. They just had way too ambitious of a concept for it, and it didn't really work. Whereas this one, I think it's that their concept's really good, and they had to change things at the last minute, and it kind of doesn't work for me. But I'm looking forward to play more of it. Obviously, I should play it so that I can understand Alan Wake 2, which if it just came out, I'm really excited to check out because that hits way better. Assume it must have just saved. Okay. Yeah, we'll continue with Alan Wake next week.